Alright, first things first, I'm here because of the Angry Video Game Nerd. I had never even heard of this game before watching James's episode, and I was intrigued and had to pick up a copy for myself. This video will show how to play through the game in one session that'll take a little over 4 hours or so, using the clock to move ahead each day without having to actually wait that day. This is sort of like a speedrun, but not completely, because this game's not really conducive to speedrunning like you would most other games. I don't have my dialogue recorded, but I do have all of Seaman's here and all gameplay.
Welcome to the laboratory of Jean-Paul Gasset. You'll witness before you a phenomenon like no other, a man of the sea, Seaman. This legendary creature will be dependent on you for its life's blood. You'll begin right here in Gasset's laboratory. Where is this laboratory? What awaits you within? You have no idea what Seaman is or how it evolves. This is something you must find out for yourself, as there is little documentation to help you on your way. My name is Leonard Nimoy, and I will be your guide. Well, this is your first day with the Seaman kit. Your first step will involve preparing the tank for Seaman's arrival. Adjust the tank settings to be an adequate temperature with sufficient oxygen. While adjusting, keep in mind that blue is the color of the sea, and thus an appropriate color for the care of Seaman. Then take the egg from the storage matrix and place it in the tank. The water's temperature is key to the hatching of the egg. Once hatched, the Nautilus will play a very important role in Seaman's development. Each time you visit this laboratory, I'll be here to offer advice and guidance. If you tire of my voice, you may press the start button to skip at any time. Very well. Let us proceed to the tank. Oh well.
beef. Rap. Well. Clap, clap, clap. Hig. Gakura. Flibua. I'm learning. Yeah, what? Thief way.
Hello.
Well, fish done. Oh, look, look. Hey, that one. Well, well, that one. Ate it. Cabra. Coo. Come on. Crap. Hello. Wake up. Bagua. Good. Go. Hee. Play. Glator. Glator. Coo. Glator. Fish. Yeah, whoop. Work. Baby. Hello. Kamaru. Thief way. Rap. Hey, there. Aranger. Bagua. Clap, clap, clap. Boy. Hoy. Molo. What? Forca. Fibula. Night. Molo. Clap, clap, clap. Yes. Prep. Floy. Good. No. Fibula. Hoopla. Ate it. Always. Ate it. Wake up. Play. Good. Glator. Good. Good. Fun. Hello. Fish. Baby. Night. Good. Yes. Boy.
Hello.
Easy. Well, yeah. Hello. Fish. You first. Work. Hey. Play. Quaha. Hello. Night. Fun. Play. Fish. Fish. Certa. People.
Hello. Oh, well.
Turn up the heat. Oh, good. Yay! About time. Oh, goody! Quit it, quit it, quit it. My side hurts. Not just a fish. Yo! I'm not your dog. Feeling fine. Thank you. You're not my friend anymore.
Hello.
Woohoo! About time. Woohoo! Yay! Hurrah! About time. Stop a fart. I'm good. Fine. You're not my friend anymore.
Hello. Oh, well.
Woohoo! Yay! Goody. That? Oh, good. Oh, good. Goody. Stop it. Hurrah! Oh, good. Cool. Yo! Girl?
Hello. Oh, well.
Oh, goody. What do you want? I'm impressed. I only went on sale very recently, and here you are taking care of me. I like a person who doesn't waste time. Hello? It's rather difficult making out what's on the other side of this glass, so let me inquire. Are you a male or a female? You're a male of the species, eh? Well, I was hoping to meet a lady, but I guess I'm not in a position to be too choosy, am I? So I was led to believe I would be cared for by a fairly young, responsible human being. So far, this has proven to be true, but I am wondering about your age now. Tell me, are you in your, 20s? Ah, I see. And exactly how old are you? You're 23 years old? Ah, the 20s. The prime of your life, I say. The warranty hasn't run out on your body yet, and you're able to do all the things you dreamt of as a kid. No, I don't think so. What? No, I don't think so. Hello? What? I don't want to. So, what month is your birthday in? You were born in May? Well, maybe I'll remember that. Or then again, maybe not. I love puns. So, what day is your birthday on? The 3rd? A lot of successful singers were born on May 3rd. Bing Crosby, for example, James Brown, and Frankie Valli. If you haven't already, perhaps you should consider a career in music. Nope, I'm just fine. Hello? I've been thinking about this, and if my calculations are correct, you must be a Taurus. Thank the stars. I was hoping I'd get a responsible caretaker. Nope, I'm just fine. What do you want? Blah, blah, blah. Happy? Well, I think that pretty much covers it. Later.
Hello. Yay!
Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Stop it. It's about time. Stop it. Stop. Ah. I can breathe. I can breathe. I could use a snack. I'm kind of hungry. Oh, good. Food. Yum, food. Good. Hey! Oh, yummy baity goodness. So full. Tomorrow. We'll talk again tomorrow. Okay, let's talk about... No, maybe tomorrow. What's up? Nope, I'm just fine. What's up? What's up? As if you cared. Nope, I'm just fine. You know what really chaps my hide? It's how the English language is set up so that you never get a straight answer. For example, you might say, "This is one of the tallest buildings in America." But what does that mean? One of the tallest buildings. There is only one tallest building, correct? This is very confusing to me. Hey, I've got something to say. Hello? I just remembered something. Some of my memories are coming back. There was this French man named Jean-Paul Gasset who was trying to raise me, and he made this cage to hold insects, and there were a lot of really tasty-looking insects in it. Is it still there? Can you take a look? Okay, so after a while, some moth larvae will start growing in there. When that happens, use the L trigger to switch screens and grab a larva and drop it in here. Can you do that for me? Okay, let's talk about... No, maybe tomorrow. No, not today. Maybe tomorrow.
Hello. Oh, well.
It's about time. Thanks, I believe I'm... Someone... Oh, good. Food. Oh, good. Food. I'm full now. Hey! No, I'm not cold. Oh, yummy baity goodness. Oh, excuse me. No more room. Something. Blah, blah, blah. Happy? What's up? So, are you still in school? You're not in school. Do I have that correct? Well then, I guess I won't ask you if you're the senior editor of the yearbook. Yes? As if you cared. Tell me, what do you do for a living? You're a manager? Ah, you must be very responsible. I hope you'll use your organizational abilities to make sure I'm warm and well-fed. Perhaps we should schedule regular performance reviews to make sure you're fulfilling your potential. As if you cared. Well, I could go on and on and on, so I'd better stop right now. It's been a pleasure.
Hello.
I thought I was a frozen seaman for sure. I'm starving to death. I'm hungry. Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks for the food. That was damned yummy. Hey! Delicious. Hey! I was wondering, are you married? You're unmarried? You're still clinging to the single life, huh? Well, you're young. Why not enjoy your freedom while you can, right? Yes. What? No. Quit it, it hurts. Hi. Yes. Tell me something. Do you like girls? Then do you have a girlfriend? You're single? But you still date people, right? Well, that's a relief. I was starting to think you were some kind of recluse. No, I'm not cold. So you're single. Do you live alone? So you live alone then? I hate it when there's an awkward pause in the conversation, so give me your answer. Okay, I'm going to ask you this question again, and I want an answer this time. So you live alone then? You do? It's hard to see, but you're probably sitting there in your underwear right now. Hey, not that there's anything wrong with that. If you're comfortable, I'm comfortable. So listen, do you have any kids? So you don't have any kids right now, is that correct? I see. No kids. Are you thinking of having some in the future? Good. I won't have to share your attention with a bunch of rugrats. What's up? Goodbye. What's up? What's up? So tell me, how is your father's health? He's okay then? Good. I'm glad to hear he's doing well. Is your father still working? He's still slaving away, is he? You're working, Dad's working. Guess your generation isn't going to be the one that figures out how to exist without toil, eh? Hello? Adieu. So, what month is your dad's birthday in? He was born in June? Interesting. The fathers of most people I know were born in June. What's up? So, what day is your dad's birthday? The 2nd? I'll remember that. Your father's birthday is important, you know. But if you ask me, the most important thing is that your dad knows how much he means to you. Unless you think he's a huge pain in the neck. I'd probably keep that to myself if I were you. Hello? No. I'm fine. What's up? Is your mother in good health? She's doing well? That's certainly good to hear. Yes. No, I don't think so. So tell me, does your mother work? She doesn't work, is that right? Well, I bet she works hard enough without an actual job. Being a mom is hard work, you know. And giving birth? Ugh. Let me tell you, I'd rather be eaten by a shark than go through that. Not that I have any choice in the matter. What month was your mother born? She was born in March? Ha! My knowledge of you and your family grows ever more complete. Hello? What day is your mother's birthday on? The 3rd? Of course. It's all becoming clear. I think mothers are great. I hope you know how lucky you are to have a mom. You wouldn't want to end up like me, forced to depend on complete strangers for food and attention. Hello? No, not today. Maybe tomorrow. What do you want? Okay, let's talk about... No, maybe tomorrow. I think I can. Okay, let's talk about... No, maybe tomorrow.
Hello. Yay! Yay!
Oh, goody. I thought I was definitely going to suffocate for a minute there. Hello? I don't want to. What's up? What? I have another question for you, and it's a serious one, so no fooling around. Do you like yourself? You do like yourself? I'll bet you like yourself. In fact, I'd guess you like yourself at least twice a day. But seriously, there's nothing wrong with liking yourself. I like you too. About what? So, What's the one thing you like most about yourself? So, you think you're pretty smart, Well, it's a good thing I'm being taken care of by a smart person. I can't have you trying to feed me caviar or something. I know you said you like yourself, and that's great. But I mean, you're not perfect. Nobody is, except maybe me. There's got to be something you don't like about yourself. So, if you had to pick the one thing that you dislike most about yourself, what would it be? Your private part? Oh, come now. It brings you minutes and minutes of pleasure. It's your friend. So, I think it's really interesting that when I asked you what you liked best about yourself, you did not choose a physical characteristic. You must recognize that physical appearance is not the most important thing. In fact, how attractive a person is often has little or nothing to do with what they actually look like. You know what I mean. So tell me, do you think you're attractive? You do think you're attractive? That's good. Usually, if you believe that you are attractive, other people will think so too. Because at the very least, they will be attracted to your self-confidence. So, you think you're at least somewhat attractive. Well, do you think other people find you attractive? Contrary to popular belief, silence is not golden. Now, what's your answer? Hey, I asked you this before, but... So, you think you're at least somewhat attractive. Well, do you think other people find you attractive? So you do think people find you attractive. It's great that you think so highly of yourself. Just be careful that your head doesn't get too big. Otherwise, you'll never be able to buy a hat again. So, not too long ago, I asked you if you liked yourself. Now I have a slightly different question for you. Do you think other people like you? You do think people like you? Well, that's good. You like yourself, and you think other people like you. That sounds pretty healthy. We've been talking a lot about how you see yourself and how other people see you. Now let me ask you this. Have you ever seen yourself on TV or on video? So I guess you know then that the rumor about the camera adding 10 pounds isn't true. It adds at least 20, and a couple of unsightly fins. It can be weird seeing yourself on video. Were you surprised by the way you looked? Well then, I guess you are just very comfortable with seeing your naked body in all those positions. Oh, wait, maybe you haven't seen that video yet. What? What do you want? So, you said you liked yourself. You think other people like you. You think you're attractive. And you think other people find you attractive. I'd say it seems like you have a lot of self-confidence and a positive self-image. Would you agree? That's great. But don't get too big of a head. It'll make your body look funny. This has been a blast. Let's do it again sometime.
Hello.
I'm warmer now, thanks. Much better. I can breathe now. I'm starving to death. Hey, food. Here, now. Oh, yummy baity goodness. Feed me right. Hey, thanks for the food. I couldn't eat another bite. I'm not hungry anymore. Hello? Is anyone out there? What do you want? No, I'm not cold. So tell me, do you own a computer? So you own a computer, right? You have a computer, and yet you'd rather sit here and talk to me. Well, that's touching. No, really it is. So, do you own a Mac or a PC? Yeah, you and the rest of the world. So what kind of PC do you have? I have heard of a song, something about a farmer in a dell, but... No, never mind. I don't think it applies in this situation necessarily. Yes? So, do you own a laptop or a desktop?
Not on the go too often, eh? I can respect that. I think laptops are quickly becoming the next cell phone in terms of how annoying they are for everyone around the user. What? So what do you use your computer for? So you use your computer for fun and games? Okay, just don't get so absorbed in your little games that you forget to take care of me. I'd hate to lose out to some flight simulator or something. What? What? So, would you say the computer makes your life easier or more complicated? Well, if all you do is sit around and play games, I think your life must be pretty easy already. You were saying before that you own a computer, so I'm assuming you're not unfamiliar with computers, what they do and so forth. Would you be willing to say that the computer is the #1 invention of the 20th century? I guess I'd have to agree with you. I mean, computers don't just hang out on your desk. They're also in a lot of other things you depend on, like cars and kitchen appliances and things like that. And yet most people are already taking them for granted. I'm glad you see their importance, though. I think I'd like to make a baby. Hey kids, want to see something interesting? Baby, you rock my tank. What's up? Well, as you can see, I find computers pretty fascinating. They've changed everything around you so much that you probably couldn't even visualize a world without them. And of course, as with any huge technological advance, they've brought with them a lot of dangers to watch out for. But I still think the good that computers have brought to the world outweighs the evils. It's just important for you humans to communicate with each other and not become overly dependent on your machines. And that's all I have to say on the subject. Let's talk again sometime soon. Come on. You want to move the rock, eh? Well, if you want my help, you're going to have to answer my riddle first. If a human types 60 words a minute for 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, what does it have after 7 months?
Nope. Sorry, the correct answer was carpal tunnel syndrome. Well, guess I can't help you then, can I? I have nothing to say. All right, it's quiz time again. Tell me, how many lives does a cat get? You asked someone, didn't you? Okay, let's give this a shot then. Okay, good start. Let's take a break.
Hello.
Yay! Is it chow time yet? Hey, you. Hey, thanks for the food. That was tasty. It's quiz time again. If you answer correctly, I'll give you a hand with the rock. Ready? If you put a blue lamp next to a yellow lamp in a room with white walls, what color will the walls be? That's right. You've tried this before, I'll take it. All right, I'll help you with the rock then. I'm going to do it, I tell you. The third time's the charm, I hope.
Hello. Yay!
Oh, yeah. Ah. Hey, you. Hey, you. My stomach is growling. Hey, thanks for the food. That was damned yummy. Hey!
So tell me, do you use the internet? So you surf the net? Good. You have to keep up with technology or you'll never make it in this day and age.
Okay, let's try this again, shall we? Here's my next question. If a man yells for 7 days straight, and his pitch raises an octave every 3 hours, what does he have at the end of the week? Correct. Very good. Okay, let's go. Just a little bit more. Wow. Look at what we did.
Hello.
It's about time. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. I can... Hello? Are you listening? Hey, thanks for the food. All right, here's another one. What do you have if you put a cat in a fishbowl? Right you are. Okay, let's go. Just a little bit more. There. So, this World Wide Web, what do you use it for? So, you mostly use it for email? When I ask you something, I expect an answer. Okay, before I had a question for you. It was... So, this World Wide Web, what do you use it for? You use it for pornography? Well, at least you're an honest pervert. No, leave me alone. Do you ever use email? So you email people? Do you prefer to keep in touch with people through email or the telephone? Yes, there's nothing as comforting as the sound of a human voice. I must say, even I've gotten used to it over time. What?
Hello.
Hey, you. What's up? Now, here's something that you might be interested in as an internet user. Do you think the internet should be censored? So you don't think the internet should be censored, is that right? Well, that's not surprising, considering you're such a big fan of downloadable nudie pictures. I guess one can always count on the pervert vote in the free internet debate. There's nothing I want to talk about right now. What's up? What's up?
So, as I was saying before, there are a lot of really amazing things about the internet, but as with everything else, it's not completely perfect. Think of it this way. You can do almost anything on the internet. Work, shop, chat, get the news, play games, listen to music, and pretty much anything else you want to do. That's all terrific, but pretty soon people won't even need to leave their homes in order to conduct their daily business. You humans are going to get lazier and less mobile, and forget how to deal with each other face to face. I think things could get pretty ugly a few decades down the road. Do you think the internet is dangerous? Well, I think it's good that you're exercising a little caution about your internet use. Fire is a wonderful thing, but I wouldn't want to sit on a sofa made out of it. A place for everything and everything in its place. Isn't that how the saying goes? Well, I don't know about you, but I've enjoyed this little chat about the internet. It can be a wonderful thing. For the first time ever, people can finally communicate with each other and not have race, gender, or cultural prejudices get in the way. So in that sense, it can be a great tool for removing biases and bringing people together. After all, on the internet, nobody has to know I'm a Seaman. On the other hand, like I said, it can be very dangerous because it removes the need to interact directly with the outside world, especially with other people. It's up to all of you humans to decide how to use the internet intelligently so that it won't harm you.
Well, I could go on and on and on, so I'd better stop right now. It's been a pleasure. Looks like I'm a landlubber now, too.
Oh. 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 Yeah. Oh. Whoa.
Well, I guess this is goodbye.
Hello.
Hey! Yes? Eh? What's up? I was wondering, how is your health these days? You feel all right, do you? Well, I'm glad to hear it. You know how I worry. Yes? No, leave me alone. What do you care?
Hello.
It's about time. Ah, better. Hey! Hi there. Now remember, it's cold and flu season out there, so at the first sign of the sniffles, I want you to load up on zinc. You're welcome. So, you feel pretty good, huh? Well, that's great, but being the Taurus that you are, I'll bet you probably take your health for granted sometimes. Is that true? I hate it when there's an awkward pause in the conversation, so give me your answer. So, are you up to answering my question now? What I wanted to know was, so you feel pretty good, huh? Well, that's great, but being the Taurus that you are, I'll bet you probably take your health for granted sometimes.
Is that true? I thought so. As long as I've been around, you soft little creatures, you never seem to know how good you have it. So, as I was saying before, you humans haven't always had it so easy. Picture this. Ancient Egypt 5,000 years ago. There's no heat, no cold medicine, nothing. It's just you against the elements. Imagine if you had gotten sick then. Hey, are you listening to me? Oh, good. You might actually learn something then. What do you want? Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, I was berating your species for taking your modern amenities for granted. For example, it's winter, so you're probably all nice and toasty with the heat on. Tell me something. Have you ever seen the Egyptian pyramids? And not just on PBS, I mean with your own eyes. Well, look at you. You've actually been somewhere beyond the Starbucks on the corner. That's very evolved of you. Anyway, can you imagine how much time and work it must have taken to build those pyramids? I mean, there's no way that even a whole group of you little humans could have lifted one of those rocks with your bare hands. They had to invent levers and axles and who knows what else. Now that's evolution. Here's another question for you. Do you wear glasses? Well, actually it doesn't matter. My point is this. If you'd had bad eyes when you and your ancestors were still running around in the wild, you'd have become some lion's midnight snack pretty darn quick. And yet, right now, one of the most powerful people in the world is that four-eyed guy in Seattle. You know who I mean. How far do you think he would have gotten in a fight with a lion? See? You humans are totally helpless without your tools. That's my name, don't wear it out. Are you keeping up with me, Fuzzy? Can I go on? Okay, good. You might want to pull up a chair because this might take a while. What? It gets lonely in here. I have to talk to someone. Anyway, as I was saying, at some point, about 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, humans finally came up with the greatest tool of all. You know what that was? Wow. Look at you, a human after my own heart. That's right. The greatest tool of all is language. Without it, you wouldn't be talking to me right now. I'm not even going to ask if you're grateful. Anywho, sooner or later, this guy named Pythagoras came along. You know who he was, right? Well, good. I can see this conversation isn't a complete waste. So, this Pythagoras fellow came up with another important tool, and that's logic. So, after you have language and logic, you have mathematics and technology and industry and everything else, and that's how you've gotten to where you are today, with your glasses and your cold medicine and farming machinery and cars and TV sets and Dreamcasts and rock and roll music and... Okay, so it's a little more complicated than that. But the point is, humans started out pretty helpless and created all these things to make their lives easier. Just like Whirlpool. And that's great. Whoopee for you. Just be careful not to get too dependent on all your little crutches. Well, I hope I haven't bored you to death. If I have, go take a nap or something. We'll talk again soon. Tomorrow. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Hello.
Raise the temperature, would you? I thought I was a frozen seaman for sure. Hey, listen up.
Do you own another game system besides your Sega Dreamcast? You own more than one game system? Wow. I hope you still find time to go outside, or better yet, feed and bathe yourself. What the? Who's sucking on me? Fine. You're a pain in the ass. How's that?
What do you want?
What do you care?
What do you want? Yes?
What's another game system you own? Yes, it's the American dream. 2 cars in every garage and 2 Sega game systems on every television. Do you like your Sega Dreamcast? Well, that's good to know because I've been authorized to award you a check for $10,000 for saying that. My ass. No, I'm not cold. Can I help you? What next-generation game consoles are you looking forward to? Yes, me too. Then hopefully there will be more of me to go around. I just know how people love me. This better be important. What do you need? You called. Talk is overrated. What do you care? Coming, Your Majesty. No, I'm fine. I feel so dizzy.
Hello. Oh, well.
Raise the temperature, would you? Hello? Are you listening? No, I'm fine, thanks. What? So what games do you like? Sports? Shooters? What? You like sports games, huh? I can understand why. All the fun of athletic competition without having to actually do any of the work. Tell me, what is your favorite type of sports game? Virtual golf seems like it would be more rewarding than real golf. I hope you wear appropriately silly pants while you play.
So, you said earlier you use your computer for fun. Do you play games on it? Do you prefer the computer, the internet, or your console to play games on?
If you're trying to hit on me, it isn't working.
Nope, I'm pleasantly toasty.
What's up? This better be important.
Once more with feeling, I said, so you said earlier you use your computer for fun. Do you play games on it? Do you prefer the computer, the internet, or your console to play games on? I understand, but there certainly are exciting things happening in the console gaming world. And the quality of the internet gaming experience keeps getting better and better. It's a great time to be a gamer. Coming, Your Majesty. So, what would you say is your favorite game so far for the Sega Dreamcast? No need to butter me up. I'm not your rich uncle, you know.
What's up? What?
You know, some people say that like most video game characters, I'm not real and that I don't exist. Can you believe this? It's a bit of a shock to say the least. I mean, if I don't exist, then what am I? Am I just some imaginary creature? I mean, do you think I exist? Well, at least you believe in me, which is good because I believe in you too. But I want you to know that I exist beyond the realms of an imaginary creature. I am real. You probably can't imagine the feeling, the shock of being told you don't exist. It destroys everything you hold dear. Your reality becomes shattered. But why don't I exist? I'm living, I'm breathing, and I'm thinking with my heart and soul. I tell you, I exist just as much as you do. Please, I need some time alone to think about this. I'll talk to you later.
I have nothing to say. Don't make me laugh.
Fine. You're a pain in the ass. How's that? Can I help you? You remember our last conversation? You know, the one where we talked about yours truly maybe not existing. Well, I've been thinking about that ever since, and I came to the conclusion that I do really exist. I am real. Here, allow me to illustrate. Okay, you've heard of John F. Kennedy, haven't you? Okay, all right. Then do you believe that John F. Kennedy existed? Okay, how about the Beatles then? Do you think they existed? All right. You see, you've probably never met these people, but you know they existed because they were on television and in magazines. Well, the same goes for me. I too am on TV and in magazines, and here you are even talking to me and thinking about me, so from that point of view, I exist. Do you mind if I flex your brain for a little bit? Let me tell you about my theory. Okay, here goes. You can't accurately measure water's temperature because the thermometer will affect the temperature of the water. You know how when you stick a thermometer in your mouth it feels cold? That means that just by trying to measure your temperature, you're lowering the temperature inside your mouth. Do you know what that means? If measuring something changes reality, then there is no reality independent of observation. Nothing's real until someone measures it, observes it, sees it, hears it, or whatever. People, places, and things exist only because you perceive them. So, when you see me and listen to me, I exist as a part of your consciousness. I become real. And because I can see you and hear you and smell you, you exist as part of my consciousness. And as I have a very limited attention span, once I forget about you, you will no longer exist. See ya.
It's been grand. Let's do it again soon. No, I'm done for today. Tomorrow. We'll talk again tomorrow. No, not today. Maybe tomorrow.
Hello.
Hey, it's a bit cold in here. Oh, goody. just in time. My gills were starting to freeze together. Hello? Is anyone out there?
Lately, I've been thinking about the preoccupations you humans, especially Americans, have with media. It seems as if the subjects most of you like to talk about are not politics or philosophy, but rather movies and television. I'd like to know more about what your interests are in these areas. So, first off, since you are in fact human, I'm assuming you like to watch movies. Tell me, do you prefer renting them or going to the cinema? So you don't like to deal with the crowds or the high price of movie tickets? Well, I don't blame you. At least when you watch a movie at home, you can put it on pause when you have to use the bathroom. And you don't have to worry about sitting behind a really tall man either. Unless, of course, your living room furniture is oddly arranged. Now tell me, when you rent movies, do you usually watch them on a DVD player or a VCR? Good choice. I hear DVD players offer better picture and sound quality.
You called. This better be good.
I'm fascinated that not only are there so many movie lovers, but there are so many completely different types of movies. Which type do you like? Horror films? Westerns? What? You like gunslingers, huh? It's too bad that most of those end in a shootout. It would be nice if they could just end in a handshake or a pleasant conversation over tea.
What?
So, what would you say is your all-time favorite movie? That's a great movie, but it gives us sea creatures a bad name.
This better be good.
Well, we were talking about movies, but the biggest influence on your culture has got to be television. A lot of people these days own 2, 3, or more. Tell me, how many hours per week would you say you spend watching TV? You spend a fair amount of time in front of the boob tube? Well, they don't call it that for nothing. You might want to try cutting back a little and experience life for yourself instead of watching it in a square box.
As if you cared.
So when you do watch TV, what type of shows are your favorites? Sitcoms, cartoons, what? You like to watch the soaps, huh? The plots for those shows are ridiculous. I mean, how can anybody be pregnant, have amnesia, find a long-lost twin brother, and sleep with another person's lover all in the same hour?
What can I do for you? No, I'm fine. What?
Well, thanks for telling me a little about your TV habits. This little box seems to have grabbed hold of people's minds so inextricably, and I really wanted to know exactly what the appeal is. You seem like a normal specimen. The thing is, it's easy to blame TV for all the evils of the world, but if you know how not to abuse it, it won't hurt you. Just keep in mind that there's a lot more junk on TV than there is useful stuff, and that it's probably more satisfying to have an actual experience than to watch someone else doing it in a glass box.
Hello.
Yay!
See that gray square thing in the back corner? That's a heater.
Yay!
It's about time.
Yay!
Hello? Are you listening? Well, as charming as your company is, I'd love to go away, but I can't.
So I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume you like music. It's another medium you humans are fascinated with. Well, what kind of music do you listen to? Rock, hip-hop, what? You like classic rock, do you? Well, I know it's only rock and roll, and I'm sure I would like it, I suppose.
Oh, I can't feel my face.
Now I want to ask you about the most important medium of all, the printed word. Tell me, do you enjoy reading? You like to, huh? That's great. Reading is the greatest of all forms of entertainment because it allows you to use your imagination. You're not bound to someone else's version of what a character or scene looks like.
Later, Fuzzy. Later, Fuzzy.
Tell me, how many books have you read in the past year? That's good. But remember, you can always read more. What kind of books do you like? Sure, all the fun with only half the commitment. Well, I feel like I know a little more about how you keep yourself entertained. There is so much being produced out there for your perusal. Movies, books, TV, music. If your full-time job was being entertained, you probably still wouldn't be able to take it all in. Nor would you want to, I guess, because there's a lot of garbage out there, too. But as far as I know, human beings are the only animal smart enough to entertain itself in a complex way. So I say, take advantage of as much of it as you can. Even if you're just staring at a cop show eating bonbons for an hour.
What do you want? Can I help you? Well, I think that pretty much covers it. Later.
Hello.
It's cold, isn't it? I thought I was a frozen seaman for sure. Hey, listen up. Hi there. Now remember, it's cold and flu season out there, so at the first sign of the sniffles, I want you to load up on zinc. Coming, Your Majesty. See you later. You know, it struck me that I've been around you for quite some time now, participating in your daily routines. However, I'm not quite sure exactly where we are. I'm guessing we are somewhere in America, but the details are fuzzy. Like you, fuzzy. Anywho, I was wondering if you'd be so kind as to tell me which state we're residing in currently. We're in the Bluegrass State? I have got to see our front lawn sometime. Anyway, what big city are we closest to? Well, I've never heard of that, so it's clearly not a big city. Let's try this again. Which big city are we nearest to, my mammalian friend? Hold on, I've got the worst gas. Give me a second. Let me repeat the question. I said, you know, it struck me that I've been around you for quite some time now, participating in your daily routines. However, I'm not quite sure exactly where we are. I'm guessing we are somewhere in America, but the details are fuzzy. Like you, fuzzy. Anywho, I was wondering if you'd be so kind as to tell me which state we're residing in currently. We live in the Buckeye State. Curious tree, the Buckeye. I'm surprised that, with its smooth, attractive shape, the Buckeye isn't some sort of currency for us Ohioans. Maybe you could do a paper on that or something. What big city are we near? Close to Cleveland, home of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. What a fascinating concept. Fame being such a superficial thing, and rock and roll being the most superficial of all music, the walls of that place must be made of candy glass. Can I help you? See you later. You called. I must tell you that your country truly fascinates me. Here at the beginning of a new millennium, the most visible signs of change for America is that it continues to get stronger and more influential in the world. Yet for a country with so much influence, it's made up of so many disparate parts. You Midwesterners seem to move at a different, calmer pace than the rest of the country, yet somehow everyone fits together. Colonial reachings have even brought places like Alaska and Hawaii into the fold. What will your future be like? Will there be 55 states in 100 years? Will there be no states at all? These are the things I think about. And I'm sure you have too. This better be important. Well, I've found out a little about you based on where we live. Now I'm curious if you've learned anything about your fellow humans based on where they live. Tell me, have you ever traveled abroad? Where did you go the last time you traveled? Ah, the old world majesty of Europe. Quite different from the cornfields of the Midwest, I'll bet. I'm glad to hear you've traveled a bit. You know the expression about walking a mile in someone's shoes? Well, walking a mile in their country is the next best thing. You have no idea how much you don't know about a person until you find out about their home. Humans always seem to play it too safe. They stay in their own little world instead of realizing that the world belongs to those that live in it. And if you don't travel it and learn about it, you're not really living in it, you see. Besides, think of all the hot bods you can meet overseas. I have another point to make regarding travel and culture. Shall I share it with you? Okay then. Whether or not you've traveled abroad, you're part of an ever-shrinking world. Sure, you know that. There's even a song about it being a small world after all, but never in history has it become so important to be familiar with and tolerant of other peoples and their cultures. You and your descendants will be forced to deal more and more with people from all over the world. Think of the effect that will have. Cultures will become further mixed. You already see that in small ways, like your pop music with musical styles being combined, in your food with fusion cuisine. It's a natural result of the world's economy becoming mixed, the prevalence of the internet, cheaper, faster travel. The end result will more likely be that there may be no more countries to speak of in the future. The world will be more of a cohesive unit, just as it happened in the United States and is already happening in Europe.
That to me is very exciting.
What's up? What's up?
Nope, I'm pleasantly toasty.
That's all I have to say for now. I'll talk to you later.
Hello.
Hello? What can I do for you?
I have a question for you. You see, watching you every day like this, I see you come and go, to and from work, in and out of the house. It's kind of like observing apes must be for you. Each monkey has its own lot in life, set of rules to follow, and it follows them, regardless of how it feels at that moment or what it might rather be doing. Of course, it can be rather comfortable for me to relax all day, but then again I still get antsy and crave things which, due to my physique, are impossible to accomplish. I have to admit that I envy you somewhat, that you may be so productive and make differences within your own culture, but I know that the grass is always some other color on your neighbor's lawn, so to speak, so I'm really curious. Are you happy with your job? That's great, and certainly an indication that today's society may not be as messed up as cynics seem to preach. What is it about your job that you like the most, then? That's great if you have a flexible schedule. I just hope you utilize your free time for something more creative than, say, television. It seems as if a career can be a very important thing to a person, and I really think that's good for your society as a whole. And if people do what they love, then their output will no doubt be worlds apart than if they don't. Even some humans get a little carried away with work and forget their individualities. But if you look at, say, ants, for example, they are not defined by themselves, but their missions in life, often to gather food, and that is their career, so to speak. You are all one large purposeful machine, whether or not you realize this day by day. If you get stuck doing something you're not fond of, then the machine becomes creakier and eventually collapses. This is why I believe that each worker must truly enjoy the work she or he is set out to do. It seems as if you've accomplished this for the time being, and that is a wonderful thing. Keep at it, and you can learn many new things, explore many different paths to your success. Well, anyway, it was nice chatting with you. I'll be seeing you around then.
Hello.
Let's crank up the heater, shall we? Oh, good. I'm feeling a little warmer. Hey! Hey, I have something I want to talk to you about. You know, I'm really getting the impression that you people are busy all the time. Maybe it's just here in America, which is such a business-obsessed culture. It seems like everyone is always complaining about not having any spare time, but when they get some, they don't know what to do with it because they're so used to being busy. It's strange that knowing how to relax appears to have become a skill you humans have to learn. You seem to know how to relax, if you're talking to me. But I want to know what else you do in your spare time. For example, what do you do when you're with your friends? You guys like to play sports? A sportster, are we? Well, that's very competitive of you. This better be good. So, I think I have an idea of what activities you and your friends do in your time together. Do you see a lot of them, by the way? Well, that's good. I wouldn't want my little biped to get lonely. You know what I've noticed? People love to talk. Oh, sure, there are quiet ones every once in a while, but usually if you ask a person the right questions, they can go on for hours. I mean, why else would you have me around if you didn't like a good conversation every once in a while? I think that's also what makes a good friend. If they're willing to listen to you spout off about something, you just have to make sure you let them talk once in a while too, so you don't bore them to death. But I was wondering, what kinds of things do you and your friends talk about? All right, let's try this again. I asked you what you and your friends talk about. You talk about sports with your friends? Well, no surprises there, considering your recreational activities. Maybe you should try to branch out in your interests a little. There's a whole world of things out there that don't involve balls of any kind. I say you can never really get bored if you have someone around who you can talk to. Sometimes it's more fun to just sit around and talk than it is to actually go do something. It all depends on the person, though. What do you need? No. Oh, do you mean sexually? You know, we've been talking a little bit about friendship and social interaction and stuff like that, and it got me thinking. It really seems like people learn a lot of their social skills from being around their family. I mean, your family is your first exposure to the outside world. The way you get along with them is probably going to determine how you get along with other people later. What do you and your family like to do together? I see. You're pretty focused, aren't you? It doesn't matter who you're with. You're going to do what you're going to do. But let me ask you this. What do you do when you're with your family that you don't typically do with your friends? Nothing like collecting your gene pool together so you know who's to blame. Coming, Your Majesty. That's my name, don't wear it out. No, I'm fine. You know what the really great thing about friends is? Spending time with them makes you really appreciate the time you spend by yourself. I mean, you probably get tired of your friends sometimes, don't you? What do you like to do when you're by yourself? You go dancing by yourself? Now that takes guts. Do you get dressed up when you go out? Ah, a human who likes to be seen. Very good. It's good that you don't mind being by yourself. It seems like a lot of people can't stand it because then they actually have to think. I see you don't have that problem. One thing I find really interesting about people is how very chameleon-like many of you can be. For example, when a person is talking to their closest friends as opposed to their employer, their entire persona will often change. Of course, it really depends on the person. I mean, the things you do with different people are pretty consistent, and that leads me to ask you, depending on who you're with, do you think your personality changes a lot, a little, or not at all? Somebody needs a lesson in etiquette. There's nothing I want to talk about right now.
Hello.
It's cold in here, aren't you cold? How about a little nourishment here? You know, I could really eat. Hello? Oh, yummy baity goodness. My compliments to the chef. How about we... Say, you know what would be good right about now? Some food. Hey, listen up. It's like manna from heaven. Let's try this again. I said, one thing I find really interesting about people is how very chameleon-like many of you can be. For example, when a person is talking to their closest friends as opposed to their employer, their entire persona will often change. Of course, it really depends on the person. I mean, the things you do with different people are pretty consistent, and that leads me to ask you, depending on who you're with, do you think your personality changes a lot, a little, or not at all? I think that's pretty common. People adapt to the situations around them. Often the way you act around your grocery store clerk won't necessitate quite as much ass-kissing as when you're around your boss. It's interesting that you do similar things around different people. You must get a lot out of the people you're with. Kind of like eating chicken every night, but cooked differently each time. Well, I think I know you well enough to tell you that even I act differently depending on who I'm with, and it makes sense. Everyone has different expectations of everyone else, and nobody expects me to pick my nose around them. Yes, that is my private moment. Don't tell anyone, please. Anyway, I'm going to go think about things for a while. It was nice talking with you. Bye. About what? I see you out there moving from place to place, and sometimes I am envious of your freedom. There are so many things you can do. I can imagine what it must be like to be so free. It's weird how familiar it seems. You must get a lot of exercise running around as you do. So with all that moving about, do you think you're in pretty good shape? You are? Well, I think you're in okay shape, but trapezoids are my favorite shapes. It's hard to say whether or not someone is in good shape. It seems like your TV and magazines tell you what it means to be fit, but that idea of fitness can be pretty unrealistic. On the other hand, it's pretty safe to say that a little physical activity will make you fitter than just sitting around on your butt and eating potato chips. It looks like you haven't let your body go to waste completely. That's a good thing. What do you need? Nope, I'm pleasantly toasty. Yes? It seems strange to me that with all the wonderful things you can do with your bodies, there are still people out there who are out of shape. People actually have to make time in their day just to exercise. And when they do strange, useless motions over and over that serve no purpose except to move their muscles. It seems like such a shame that your world doesn't naturally allow for more physical activity. But anyway, I know you've been known to dabble in sports, so you must be in pretty good shape. What do you do to keep fit? Once more, what do you do for exercise? If you ask me, that's better than running. You can take in more scenery. Unless, of course, you live next to a nuclear waste dump. Well, that's very interesting. I see that exercising pays off after all. You really seem to think it's helping you, and it's always good to have a positive self-image. I'm glad not all humans have sunk into complete inactivity.
You know, I'm really fascinated by health clubs and gyms, these huge places full of fancy equipment and open spaces where you can run around. And you have to actually pay to belong to one, when in the past you could just pick any field and run around in it to your heart's content. Or you'd get so muscular and fit from all the manual labor you'd have to do that you wouldn't need a special place and time just to exercise. But I guess the world you live in gives you no other choice. So tell me, do you belong to a health club? What do you use most at your health club? Whatever. No. What can I do for you? It's really not a difficult question, I said. You know, I'm really fascinated by health clubs and gyms, these huge places full of fancy equipment and open spaces where you can run around. And you have to actually pay to belong to one, when in the past you could just pick any field and run around in it to your heart's content. Or you'd get so muscular and fit from all the manual labor you'd have to do that you wouldn't need a special place and time just to exercise. But I guess the world you live in gives you no other choice. So tell me, do you belong to a health club? Pretty confident of your own fitness, aren't you? Although, even if you didn't think you were in good shape, I can see why you wouldn't necessarily want to join a gym. They offer a lot of different activities in one convenient place, but I just can't help but think a human being might want to do something more natural, like play a sport or even jog outside, than be cooped up in a stinky gymnasium with a bunch of machines. I've got to... how does one put this? Oh yes, I must take a crap. Yes? What's up? It seems like there are a lot of different things to keep in mind when you're trying to stay in shape. Exercising is one of them, but eating right is also very important, especially where you live. There's no shortage of food here, well, for most people, and it's very easy to eat too much of the wrong thing, it seems. No wonder so many people have problems with their weight. Would you say that for the most part you eat a pretty healthy diet? You do eat healthy? You must really chow down on the vegetables then. What's your favorite one? Broccoli is so cute, like a tiny edible tree. It's a shame that the things that are good for you don't usually taste as good as the bad ones. And you know what? The junk food marketers know it. So my advice is, beat the system. Eat a pound of broccoli. What do you need? You know, I've never been to a place that's as diet-obsessed as America. It seems like nobody wants to stay healthy the hard way, to actually exercise and eat right. Instead, people are always looking for a quick and easy way to lose a bunch of weight, as if they're just automatically going to stay healthy after the diet is over. It looks like you take pretty regular care of yourself anyway, but have you ever been on a diet? You and just about everyone else. Are you dieting right now? And is it helping? Well, that's good to hear. I'll bet your exercise regime has something to do with it too. There's definitely something to watching what you eat, but
If you ask me, it seems to me that a lot of the diets that are so fashionable these days are just attempts to wrangle money out of people who are genuinely concerned about their health. It has to be possible to lose weight and get healthy without handing over a bunch of cash for something that may not even be that good for you. What's up? I was thinking earlier about how interested your culture is in sports. I would say even obsessed sometimes. It can really get out of hand, but now that we're talking about health and staying fit, it almost doesn't seem like such a bad thing. That is, if you're actually playing a sport and not sitting in front of a TV and watching someone else play it. Tell me, what's your favorite sport to play? You play golf? I hope you like a lot of walking around in your sports. Unless you're one of those cheaters who uses a golf cart. I think I understand why people want to play sports. It must be fun to see what you can make your body do if you just try a little. And you also get to hang out with other people and test your skills against theirs. I guess I still think some people can get too interested in sports, especially if it interferes with the mental stimulation they get. As with most things, balance is the key. I was thinking earlier about sports and how popular they are here. As I was saying, it would be really great for the collective health of the country if everyone played sports, but it doesn't do so much for you to just sit and watch them. I want to find out about this fascination with watching other people play sports, being a spectator. Do you follow any professional sports? I know mammals are slow, but I need an answer already. Okay, I'm going to ask you this question again, and I want an answer this time. Do you follow any professional sports? What's your favorite professional sport to watch on TV? You watch golf? I have to say I admire your attention span. You're pretty dedicated to your sport, aren't you? It's amazing you don't get sick of playing and watching the same thing. Although I guess you can pick up a few pointers for your game that way. I've been asking you a lot about your health, and it seems that working out and eating right are two big components of it all. Along with getting plenty of sleep and sex, two of my favorite things. But it seems that your human body is still so delicate. All the working out and dieting in the world can't make sure that something won't just go wrong anyway. That's where your physicians come in. Do you go to the doctor regularly? That's to your benefit. Besides, it's another excuse to get naked. My, I am behaving saucily today, aren't I? Human beings are very lucky to have figured out how to heal themselves when they get sick. No other creature can do that. It's easy to take all your medical knowledge for granted, but think about it. If you were living even several hundred years ago, you'd still be putting leeches on yourself whenever you got a cold. Not that leeches are such a bad thing, but they're not exactly what I would call good medicine. Anyway, I'm glad to know that if something goes wrong with you, there's somebody that can help you out. What do you need? Like I was saying earlier, it's important to go to the doctor every once in a while, but it seems like it's not always so easy to do, since healthcare can be so expensive. I'm fascinated by this idea of health insurance. Well, actually, I find it a little sad. You humans are so sure that someday you're going to get sick that you actually put money away, especially for that time. There's no escaping it, I guess. Do you have health insurance? You don't? Why not? I have to say, it really surprises me that something as basic and necessary as health care can't be available to everyone. I think that's a specifically American thing, and a lot of people seem to suffer because of it. I worry that this system makes doctors care more about getting money than curing people. So, we've been talking a lot about the health of your body. That's, of course, extremely important, but it also helps to have a healthy mind. So, to that end, have you ever gone to a therapist? It seems that a lot of people think that maintaining their mental health through the efforts of a therapist is a sign of weakness. Yet most people don't see going to the doctor for a physical ailment as a sign of weakness. Strange how people think sometimes. I hope if you ever feel you have a problem you can't handle, you'll consider seeing a therapist. Or you can just come talk to me. At least I won't charge you much. By far, the most mysterious part of your human body is the brain. Even your greatest scientists will freely admit that they barely know anything about how it works. And yet, when something is wrong in your head, I'll bet it hurts just as much as a wound or a disease. I hope you take care of your mind as well as you take care of your body. Or better, since you don't seem to be too keen on keeping your body tip-top. Well, thanks for letting me in on some of your health secrets. All of us animals have these fragile, organic bodies that break down and cause us pain. But human beings are especially fascinating because they can actually prevent or cure so many of the body's problems. That's why I wanted to know what you do to keep yourself healthy. I want to know how you humans take advantage of their medical knowledge. Some people take it all for granted and do stupid, destructive things to their bodies just because they're used to having the means to recover. Well, anyway, I think I'm going to go take a little rest. I don't want to overexert myself and get sick. I'll talk to you later. Fine. You're a pain in the ass. How's that? You're welcome. You called? No, I'm all talked out for today.
Hello.
It's cold in here. I could use a snack. My stomach is growling. Hey, thanks. I'd offer you some, but that would mean less for me. I'm not hungry anymore. Why don't you give me something? Oh, good. Food. Hey, you. Good. Tomorrow. We'll talk again tomorrow. Coming, Your Majesty. This better be important. Adieu. What do you need? This better be important. No, I'm done for today. No, not today. Maybe tomorrow. It gets really tough for us when the air gets too dry. There should be a sprinkler that Gasset built somewhere around here. Hey, can you use the D-pad to look for it? Come on, use the D-pad and find the sprinkler. What do you want? Tomorrow. We'll talk again tomorrow. No, not today. Maybe tomorrow.
Hello.
This would be very comfortable if I wanted to live in a... Hey, why don't you turn on the sprinkler? Hey, why don't you turn on the sprinkler? Can someone out there put on a sprinkler for me? There's not enough moisture here. It's so dry. Flick the sprinkler on, would you? Finally, some service around here. Oh, yes. I'm kind of hungry. I'm kind of hungry. I'd offer you some, but that would mean less for me. I'm kind of hungry. That hit the spot. Hey, thanks. Hey! I'm not hungry anymore. Hello? Talk is overrated. You know, I've been around you humans for a long time now, and it seems like every group of people, every country, state, and kingdom has a different way of setting up its government. Sometimes one person has all the power. Sometimes everyone shares the power. It seems like there are as many different types of governments as there are people in the world. Human politics is very interesting to me, which is why I am very curious. As you are currently residing in a democratic society, are you taking advantage of your power? What I mean is, are you registered to vote? So you're not a voter, is that right? That's interesting. I would think that you'd like the power a vote would give you, but maybe I'm projecting. I'm feeling the need to breed. Yow. Oof. Now that's how I spell relief. That's my name, don't wear it out. I'm still thinking about this government of yours. I mean, with everybody's different ideas of how to run things, how do you ever agree on anything? You seem to have a few major belief groups that most people fall into, like the Republicans and the Democrats. But I'll bet not everybody in your country falls into one of those, right? I guess it's just a matter of which group has more supporters. If I had to guess, I'd say you are, Republican. Am I right? I see. Well, never mind then. Why don't you just tell me? What political party are you closer to? So you don't support any specific party, is that right? Just one citizen at large. That's cool. All those organized parties, they don't really understand the real you. Yes? Unless I'm misinformed, you have an election coming up, don't you? Since we're talking politics, I might as well ask you, who has your support for president this year? I see. What? What do you want? You know, I'm rather curious about your general stance about your political system. Namely, I wonder how much you believe in it. I mean, does it really make any difference which candidate one person votes for? All of your politicians are basically the same anyway. What's the difference between rich middle-aged white man A and rich middle-aged white man B? About the most variety you could hope for is a very rich middle-aged white man, or maybe a rich old white man. But, okay, let's just say there is a difference, just for the sake of argument. Would it matter, then, who one person voted for? After all, it's just one voice in a country of millions and millions. Well, at least that explains why you don't vote. You know, I'll bet you're not really interested in politics anyway. And I'll bet you're wishing I'd just shut up and talk about sex or something you're really interested in. But you tell me, are you interested in politics at all? So you're not interested in politics, is that right? Ah, it figures. But you know what? I'm still not going to talk about sex today because there must be some political issue you're interested in. Well, what about violence in video games? That's turning into a bigger and bigger political issue every time some poor, disturbed kid decides to take his aggressions out on his schoolmates instead of video game characters. There are politicians in your government that want to decide what kinds of games you can and can't play. They want to censor your games. I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing for other games, but for me, they'll probably try to make me put on some underwear. And you wouldn't want to see that. Yes? You know, when your country needs to decide something like whether to raise or lower taxes, let women make a choice about having children, or if gay people deserve to be treated the same way as everyone else, Why does it have to be so complicated? It used to be so much simpler. A king, or maybe an emperor or a pharaoh would say, "Do it this way," and that would be that. No elections, no debates, no lobbyists, no congressional subcommittees, no endless legal battles. Ah, those were the days. Why do you suppose your system is so complicated? Do you think it's done this way to give everyone a say in government? I see. Your system of government is actually set up for exactly the opposite purpose. To make sure the people, that's you, don't get enough power to screw things up. So, let's see. Do you know what the Electoral College is? Okay. How about checks and balances? Do you know what that is? Well, good for you. They probably taught you in school that there are 3 branches of government: the president, the Congress, and the court system. And the system of checks and balances ensures that no one branch of government can become too strong. Know why your founding fathers did that? So if the people tried to actually do something, let's say by electing a president they wanted, Congress and the Supreme Court could still stop them from messing things up. So what you have is a system designed to stop people like you from having a say in the government. It's just hidden a lot better than it would be in a kingdom or an empire. You should have just stuck with your kings. It's a lot simpler that way, you know. You could have had a smooth transition from King George III of England to King George Washington of Vermont. It would have saved a lot of money on printing costs, at least. Well, I'm all talked out. I'll see you later. You know, over the centuries, human beliefs have ranged a wide berth. All sorts of people argue incessantly about their idols, their gods, and now it seems that people have narrowed it down to only a few. You being the human I'm the closest to, I'd really like to know what you think of this subject. More exactly, do you believe in a god or gods or some sort of supreme being? So you think there's no god, is that right? Apparently, not everybody needs to think of themselves as small and weak compared to some larger force. Maybe you get all the strength you need from inside yourself. That's interesting. Yes? You called? I have to tell you, I've been remembering things lately about myself and my past life and all my history. And I realize now that I need you to let me out of this tank. It's important. Really, really important. Can you let me out, please? Please. If I am released, I give you my word that I will keep all your secrets. You see, there are some things I need to do. What do you say? I know it sounds odd, but I must keep evolving. I have to keep growing so I can find my long-lost love again. It's been a long, long time. You see, my father was the king of Egypt back in its 3rd dynasty, and my lover's father was a priest in the temple. Oh, we were young and both swept away by the passion. I'm sure you understand. Oh, my dear, sweet love. She was the most beautiful creature imaginable, but neither of our fathers would approve our marriage because of our class differences. When we insisted we be allowed to marry, her father consulted the god Thoth and asked him to help. Thoth granted her father's request for help and changed our physical forms. And we've been apart ever since. And I have to continue evolving so that I can be reunited with her in another few thousand years. So you'll help me get out, right? I already have a plan how to get out. See that ring over the tank? I'm going to jump for it. When I give you the signal, I need you to say jump. Understand? Okay, now. What? I can certainly understand your skepticism regarding a higher power, but I've noticed that many people don't believe in a god, yet still consider themselves spiritual people. You know, they meditate, they try to be true to themselves. It's all pretty interesting, I think. Would you say you're very spiritual? Really? You know, Plato once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." But perhaps he was mistaken, eh? Some people consider themselves spiritual, some do not. Perhaps all beings, fish and humans alike, should acknowledge their spirituality and look into themselves. At the least, it seems that they'll be all the wiser by simply having thought about it.
Put me down.
What? All right. You've given me plenty to ponder, but here's what I really want to know, what my questions have been leading up to. Ready? I want you to think about this and give me a serious answer. Do you think you're a good person?
So, you think you're a good person, hmm?
Is that so? Politicians often complain that your society would be more ethical if more humans were religious, and yet even though you don't belong to any organized religion, you consider yourself a good person. Perhaps politicians are not as smart as they think. Don't you have some mammary glands to suck or opposable thumbs to play with or something? What do you care? This better be important. What can I do for you? It's okay. After everything you've told me about yourself, I think I already know how you feel on this subject, but I still want to ask you. Do you think religion makes the world a better place or a worse place? Well, it's not a particular shock that you could take or leave the whole faith thing. Well, how about this then? Let's say there were only one religion in the world. Would the world be a better or worse place? So you think the world would be worse off if there were only one religion? See, when I ask a question, you're supposed to answer it. Let me know if I'm going too fast for you. I know I asked you this before, but... So you think the world would be worse off if there were only one religion? I think I agree with you there. The world would be a lot less interesting if everyone were carbon copies of one another. Well, as I'm sure you've guessed, I find the whole institution of religion quite confounding. Most humans run around like they're masters of the world, while at the same time bowing down to a higher power that's supposed to make life better. On top of that, most people can't even agree on who or what the higher power is, so they argue and fight over it and bring about a lot of misery and heartbreak in the name of something that is supposed to bring people joy. I just don't get it. And quite frankly, just thinking about it gives me a headache, so I'm going to go away and try and figure it all out. I'll talk to you later. I'll bet you think my face is expressionless, don't you? Yeah, bite me. But you know, in other parts of the world, smiling is considered rude. I have heard that certain Eastern cultures are like that because of the Confucian influence. And when they deal with foreigners, they get even more serious, because they don't want to be rude. Laughing out loud and, say, slapping a person on the back would be considered rude there, I suppose. But it's funny. I think the saying, silence is a virtue, wouldn't go over very well here. Why is it that you people smile when you apologize? Like if you have a complaint, you call customer service and you get this really happy, cheerful recording that says something like, "Thank you for calling. All of our operators are assisting other whiners at the moment, but your call is very important to us. The next operator will take your call in approximately 53 minutes." Wouldn't that piss people off even more? I'm telling you, I'd much prefer another human answering. Like, maybe they could hire temporary counselors to wait with you and help iron out your problems. It seems as if it would be in the company's benefit as well, for once their customer service operator gets to your call, you'll be much more sedate and less likely to raise a stink. It's just a thought. It's fine, thanks. Coming, Your Majesty. It's fine, thanks. No, not today. Maybe tomorrow. Hey, there are laws against that sort of thing. What can I do for you? What? Tomorrow. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Hello.
I'm pretty hungry now. It's too dry in here. Can't you get the sprinkler going? It's too dry in here. Can't you get the sprinkler going? Can someone out there put on a sprinkler for me? Yay! It's so dry. Flick the sprinkler on, would you? A moist Seaman. Oh, yes. Ooh, that's the ticket. How about we... You got an extra sandwich or something? Let's have it, I'm hungry. Hey, thanks. Good. I think I need some food. Hello? Is anyone out there? No, not today. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, good. Food. Yep, I'm stuffed. All right. Remember what I told you before about jumping to freedom to find my lost love? Well, I've gotten up the nerve, and I think I'm ready to try it again. So when I say now, say the word jump, okay? Here I go. Here goes. Now. Quit it. Quit it. It hurts. No, I'm not cold. What can I do for you? Seaman refuses to discuss such things. He was raised to be a gentleman. Now, let's try this again. You know the drill. When I give you the cue, say jump, all right? Let's go. Okay, now. I have waited 1,000 lifetimes for this moment. Smell that? That's freedom. Freedom. The funny thing is that it's there all the time. You don't always realize it when you're bogged down with so many other things, but you're always free as long as you're true to yourself. That's where freedom lies, within yourself. Good luck with your career. Keep doing your best at what you love, and you'll always be proud of yourself. Okay. I must be off. My evolution must continue. Oh my. I think I know where I am. It's all coming back to me. This must be Gassay's island. Somewhere on this island is a place I have to go in order to continue evolving. I must go find it. You know, you're all right. I know we've had our differences occasionally, but I like you. You took care of me all this time, and well, I'm grateful. Very grateful. Well, say something before I start bawling, won't you? Hey, listen, there's something I'd like to do for you as a kind of thank you. It's not much, but I wasn't exactly able to head over to the Five and Dime and buy you something, now was I? It's just something for you to try sometime. Just try tapping on the glass. You know, with the right trigger on your control pad thingy. Tap, tap, tap. Try it sometime. Okay, friend, this is it. I've really got to go now. Take care, and if you ever want to talk to me, just call me, okay? You've been a good friend. I'll miss our time together. Don't be a total stranger now. Farewell.
Alright, so there's the whole game in one session as promised, and here's the ending credits sequence, which you have to activate sort of like an Easter egg.
That was a pretty good workout.
Thank you for watching my video.